Greetings, fellow geeks and gamers. It sleeps in the day here. It's a Friday, so we're going to be doing some art. I'm also feeling a little today. I don't know, I woke up late and had to do some stuff around the house, so I'm just kind of in a mood. Not a bad mood, mind you. Just empathic or apathetic sort of mood. So we're going to be a little low energy again. Bringing you those Bob Ross vibes, you know. Obviously not literally. We're going to be doing some art of some variety, probably pixel art of some variety. I don't know exactly what I want to do. I do want to do some more Windows or PC 98 aesthetic stuff where we limit our palette. When PC 98 uses a 16 color palette at a time, and everything else is done through tiling and things like that. But the funny thing is, every time I've done this, I haven't used one that needs 16 colors anyways. So maybe we'll do something that has 16 colors in it. Like a full scene instead of just a character or something. But I don't know. Let's go ahead and I don't even know if my setup looks any good today. Let me see. That's the wrong button. Oh, there's hair on my tablet. Didn't even realize it. Hold on. I need to buy more wipes. Have little eyeglass wipes. First, I'm going to use them on my glasses because there's dust on them, and then I'm going to use it on the tablet to clean the surface. It's not super important because the sensors are on the inside, but we like to keep our things neat and orderly. Yes, much better. Okay, let's get this wiped off. This has a very, very mild detergent in it, and just enough alcohol to make things evaporate faster. Not enough to even put any alcohol on it, really. I mean, it technically does, but... There we go. That's much better. There we go. Alright, everything looks much better. And that's a little cleaner too now. Beautiful. I know, who does this on stream? Me, that's who. Pin tablet. Pin. Alright. What's up, Lex? I didn't even hear you come in. I just saw your little dot show up. You doing anything fun today? My scroll wheel doesn't work right now for some reason. What is a palette I want to use? So we want our palette to have black and white. Let's do this. Alright, view. Where's grid? Show grid. Oh no, my scroll wheel isn't Oh, there we go. I don't know why it wasn't working, but it's working now, and that's what really matters. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. That's not a number I want to see. I guess 30. That's still not great. Maybe I need a different palette, or not palette, but this is the correct size. It's just... Well, let's see, 28, yeah, 28 will work, so we can just do that. And how many across is it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. So 40. That's fine. So I just give myself a little gap on the outside. So let's do this. There we go. Oh no. Good. All this just so I can build a palette to work off. Try to make this as accurate to the art style we're trying to work with as possible. There we go. Alright, so that 28 divided by 4. I can't right now. What is 28 divided by 4, Lex?
Huh?
What's 28 divided by 4?
7.
7, thank you. My brain doesn't want to do the work right now. So I figured, hey, he has a young, snappy brain. It'll be slightly better off than mine. Perfect. Okay. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. So 40 divided by 4 is 10. Don't worry, my brain's not completely frazzled. I could remember what 40 divided by 4 was. So that counts for something, right? One, two. Damn it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There we go. One, two, three, 4, 5. The fuck? What the hell? Why did it do that? There we go. What did I tell you about all that coughing, boy? How you feeling, by the way? You feeling any better? Jokes aside. Lex? Can you hear me, Lex? Lex must have me muted. He can't hear me. Actually, he might legitimately have me muted. Kind of rude if you're gonna pop in my channel and have me muted. Lex, are you there? We can clearly hear him. Am I coming? I am coming through. He must just be ignoring me. Okay. It's fine. We don't need his validation to know that we're alive and living. Okay. God damn it. How do I need to do it from this side? Still hear Lex, still not responded to me. I'm just gonna do this. Let's delete this. There we go. Alright, and we get to choose some colors here. We're going to do this. So this is going to be our palette. We're going to make a new...
I'm gonna get off a bit.
Okay. Sure. Bye. That's funny that he just already gone. Didn't reply at all while we were talking to him anyway, so it didn't really matter. Alright, so let's get red. Let's get blue. Let's get green. Yellow. Orange. You know what? No, let's not do orange, because we can make orange, in theory, as long as we do it right. Let's get black, obviously. We want black. We also want white. We can mix those through some process, so we don't need to keep those ones anymore. We want, what, brown, right? Brown's a little bit harder to make. We want like a magenta. That should be somewhere in here, right? Also, if any of these are just wrong, that's too bad. We're using these colors for our palette, and we'll be as close to it as we can. Red, blue, green, yellow. Blue, green, yellow, purple, orange. Why do I feel like I'm missing something super obvious that my brain just can't? I don't know. Okay. Probably want some more green colors, right? Because that's important for anything like naturey. So let's get some greens for some naturey stuff. Maybe some more browns. That's a brown, right? We're just grabbing some colors to use here. It doesn't really matter what they are. We'll just try to mix things together until we get the look we want. Okay. So this is the palette we're going to use. I don't know what we're going to use it for specifically, but this is the palette we're going to use. So File, Export, Palette 3, Palette, we'll call it Palette PC 98.1. And we'll export this as a PNG. Save. And then we'll close this. No. We'll do a new one. Yes. And then I'll go into my pictures and we'll load this up. Palette. As reference. And this is the random palette we're going to use for this. I don't know what we're going to draw with it yet, but there's what we're going to do. We're going to draw a full scene for sure, though. So let's get some stuff created here. So this layer, I want to use a color that we don't have anything else. So let's get, I don't know, this. We're going to choose a spot near the top. I also want this. We're going to make this part a lot more translucent here in a moment. We'll lower the opacity by a bunch. This is where everything's going to vanish. This is our point of everything moving towards. So everything we're going to be doing is based on this perspective grid. Right? This is where our perspective vanishes. We're going to do it right in the center. We're going to be really simple about it. We're going to lower the opacity of this down quite a bit. We just want that there as a point for if we do boxes and stuff, this is where they're vanishing to. That's where the horizon's going to be. We're going to call that the vanishing point. I'm actually going to put that on top. But we're going to be able to toggle that on and off, and we'll be able to draw underneath it. I don't know how much stuff I'm going to draw that's going to be boxy either. I think maybe I'll do buildings and a street. Yeah, we can do a street. That would be fine. Yeah, let's do some sort of outdoorsy scene, maybe. Maybe. Hold on. Well, and the other thing is, with this layer, is if I want to, I can move where I'm vanishing to. Right? Like, I can move this up here, and I can uncenter it. My lines are still useful there. I lower it over here. We can still see where our lines went. So we have options to adjust if we need to. I just have to decide where my vanishing point's going, and I have to decide what I'm drawing. I don't know what I'm drawing. Maybe we draw... I want to draw some sort of scene, though. I do know that. I just don't know what to put on the scene. Let's see. Random scene. I don't even know what I'm specifically wanting yet still. I am just clicking on stuff until we get something to do. Something that says, yes, this is what we want to draw. Ooh, yeah, okay. Let me find some reference pictures, and I have a picture in mind now. course, it's a reference. It'll be something I've never seen in person because I've never been to like a subway. But I think I'm gonna draw a thing of like subway musicians. So I want to move my vanishing point off to the side. And I would like to draw another line on here. I want my vanishing point to be like here. Okay. Alright, so I have my plan in. Hello? Can I get my pen? There we go. Oh, we don't even have black on the list anymore. I don't know if I need black yet. Well, I do want to make some... I don't know. I don't know what color I want things to be. I guess my palette may be bad for this. I may need to change some of these palette colors up. But that's okay. We'll work with this. So let's start off. Yeah, let's get our black first. Let's get some black lines laid down here. I guess I need a second vanishing point actually. Because I'm going to have 2 points where things are going to be vanishing. Because I'm going to have some signs that will be vanishing in a different direction. I'm actually going to... this. And we're going to make this a green of some sort. I want it to stand out from what I already have, but we need it to be bright, so we'll do that. Oh shit, no. Oh. Nope, that's not going to work. Let's choose a different color then. Let's make it red instead. There we go. It's still hard to see against the gray. Maybe an orange? There we go. That's visible. And this vanishing point should be in parallel, but it's going to be up higher. Not higher, further right of him. So these serve for two different types of lines, depending on what I'm doing. So anything that's vanishing towards this direction will go towards this one, and then one that's vanishing this way will go towards this one. And it matters for certain things. Alright, let's go back. Let's get our black again. There we go. So like one of the first things we're going to need oh gosh, I thought I was still on my line tool. Oh man. Okay, I just realized that I need to move this all the way to the wall for how I wanted to do this. And I actually needed to move the other one essentially all the way to the wall. But that's okay. That still works. I just need them further away from each other. Okay. There we go. So this is our support structure. Oh man. Oh man. No, that doesn't work either. Oh my gosh. I need my vanishing point like so far over for what I want. Okay, we're just going to ignore. No, we're going to keep working here. And we're just going to make some amount of assumptions here. So we're working towards a vanishing point that's way off to the side over here. But I need this to be, yeah. What happened to my music? Okay, it just paused for some reason. Maybe it buffered. Alright, so there's our yellow line. That's like, hey, don't cross here. I'm gonna make this whole thing gray. That was weird. Okay. Reset that. Alright, so now that's gray. Even though it's black and white when you zoom in, it's gray. And then I kind of want to do a little bit of this here as well. This is going to be like, you know, faded and stuff from people walking on it, right? Like that's how that works. So there we go. That's got some stuff going on for it. What's a subway train look like? Again, I've never been on a subway, and I haven't watched things, really. Everything I'm watching is what I'm drawing here. Which is musicians. It's not the subway itself. I don't know what a subway actively looks like. Huh? That's fine, it doesn't matter. Oh. Yeah, I think I need to make some adjustments to my palette. I need to add a gray to it. I don't know that I need to do that, though. Oh no. Okay. And then I'm going to fill this middle part with just black for now. It's not going to stay that way. But I just, again, we're just setting up the scene. Right, so this is giving us our different shapes and areas that we're working in. This is essentially just the world everything's working on. Oh, that's interesting. It doesn't show up. Oh, Phil's streaming. Hello? Okay. Yeah, I was working on it. The problem I'm having right now is literally not knowing exactly. Oh, the funny thing is, the 2 points of perspective is not the points of perspective that I've already drawn on. Because one point of perspective I have is actually over here. So it's actually 3 point technically. Because this part is going here. This is going to be for, there's going to be a doorway that follows this, and then there's going to be signs that follow this. I'm trying to build something, I want to draw subway musicians. I keep saying the wrong word. But the problem I'm running into is I've never been to a subway, and so I'm like having to look up, what a subway looks like. Because every time I look at subway musicians, I'm just looking at the musicians. I'm not looking at the subway itself. And so I'm like, what's a subway look like? Like, I've been on trains, so I know what a normal train looks like, but what's a subway train look like? And I guess I could do the blank track. Like, I could do that. But it's something I've never... I don't have that in my brain, and I'm doing it in... So this is a palette we're using over here for the whole thing. Because we are going back to the PC 98 style, which means, of course, we're only using 16 colors of palette. But yeah, so I'm trying to figure this out. I'm looking up references to try to understand... Hello? What's going on? There we go. Was above ground. Exactly, yeah, that's the thing. So that's what I'm running into. I could have done... So I could have, like, pulled up... Let me see if I can pull up this picture. I could have done this. This is what I'm used to seeing. This is the sort of thing I'm used to seeing, is this. Which would be back to 1 point perspective, which wouldn't have been too big of a deal. This is what I'm used to. But I didn't want to draw this, because this is what I always see, right? I wanted to draw... this sort of angle. The heck is that? I wanted to do this sort of thing. You know, where they're off to the side instead of right in the middle, but I'm like struggling with understanding. My brain is like, what am I looking at specifically? This is a moving subway, and I don't necessarily want a moving subway train, because I'm not going to try to make it look blurry in pixel art. Which I could. I mean, you just blur the there's no hard lines in that case. You just do a lot of gradients to create the blur. But yeah, I wanted to do something I'm not used to. But again, it's one of these things where I just don't have... I'm trying to make this sort of thing when I don't have the real world experience to relate to it, right? And so that's part of what I'm dealing with at the moment, is trying to wrap my mind around what it physically even looks like, right? Oh, I'm on the wrong pen. So it's something I'm definitely... Oh, come on. Why does it do... If I use my mouse and keyboard, or my mouse, it scrolls off screen whenever I pull it off screen, so I can see it. If I do it with my pen tablet, it's just like, nope, that's the end of where you go. No, that was supposed to be on a new layer. Ah. Well, I'm trying to understand the, not just that, but that's a big part, but I'm also just trying to understand the structure, right? Like, because I don't even have concept. I've never been down to an underground, like, I've never been into the tube. So I'm trying to, is it like, it kind of looks like a parking lot, like a enclosed parking lot. And I'm working with that in mind as kind of the shapes of like the roof, the ceiling, and things like that. But I don't know. I'm wrapping my mind around it still. I'm trying to understand what a subway is, so to speak. But that's the best way to learn, as you know well, is to draw things that you're not comfortable with, that you're not familiar with. Above ground metro station, just underground, flat ceilings, same kind of platform structure. Every train station I've been to above ground has been open air, so it literally can't have the same structure. And or it's like museum size, like huge vaulted ceilings, and I know there's no way that's what it looks like. And so like trying to compare that image in my head with what I'm seeing doesn't match at all. To say like an overground or above ground to underground is similar is so it can't be the same as what I'm used to. I'm not saying that what you've seen is the same. It can't be the same as what I've seen though because of that. You know. And so that's some of the stuff I'm dealing with here. Okay, this can come up at this angle. Yeah. And then bring this up in parallel. I forgot it's not going to let me do that. And like this one I'm looking at has like these things on the supports. So it gets wider at the top. Gotcha. Yeah, because like, so the ones I've been at, to give specific, so the indoor part is like a huge dome, and there's, like I said, it's got almost like a museum on the inside, because that's almost what it is, right? And then when you get outside, it has like the bus stop type of cover with like the rails on the side, if you know what I'm talking about. So it's not like it's there's not even walls. It's like an awning around it or over it until you get to the different parts. So it's, I don't know. So it's such a different situation that like I'm having troubles picturing this without looking directly at the picture constantly to get like an idea of structure even, which I know it has to have a lot of structure, so it makes sense. But I just don't have that image of structure in my mind because, you know, it's not something that I have in my head. Oh, no. Okay, stop both of those. Get this back. Oh, am I still on erase? I am still on erase. That's what my problem is. There we go. Bill. Why did that not fill? There we go. Wait, why is it doing that? That's weird. What is going on here? Oh, I hear Corgi's voice. Corgi's giving advice to Phil on his art stream. Very cool. Very fun. Okay. So then we're gonna grab this. Okay, let's get back to the red. I'm gonna fill this in. Okay, that turned out pretty good, actually. That doesn't look too bad. I do want to get some more, like, color in here and give this kind of a shape to it, but, like, this is turning out pretty decent. Wait, why is it... That's weird. That's so weird. Why is it doing that? It's fine. I'm just gonna cheat. Woo. That's interesting, but I can work with that. I just don't know why it's doing that. Oh wait, no, I know why, because I did the white on top of the black. No, I heard, I have them up. I heard you talking about, you know, how to do the structure and how you would do stuff with the comic, and then talking about the window hallway and talk about Vicious, and yeah, I have you guys pulled up. I always have you guys pulled up while I'm streaming. So, yeah. No worries, no worries. Okay, I put that maybe too far over, and now I have regrets. Yeah, we're good. Hello? Oh no, that's fine. Because I want to put, like... I like the image I'm using as a reference has, like, this little news stand over here on the left. Obviously, I'm not giving myself enough room to do it completely. You know what? I can just put it in front of this. This can just be behind it. It's fine. Merge down. Oh, it's fine. What up, Rip? How are you doing today, friend? Fun little fact for you, since you play the game. I hit flat B now on my rank on Gundam. Wow, I couldn't think of the word Gundam. Oh, you're in Phil's stream as well, eh? Yeah. It makes the picture bigger. It makes the picture, or makes the world bigger than the picture. That's what I'm trying to say. Okay, so this is where I'm trying to work with the second vanishing point. That's why I put it here. And we appreciate you, friend. Okay. Kind of only want it from there. Oh no. Always appreciated, friend. And in fact... Nope, not there. Hold on. Hold. Anyone who's in here who has not interacted with our boy, RNG Reptimus Prime, please go give him a look-see. I'm not going to promise you he's everything you want, but he might be. And the only way to find out is to go check him out. So please, check him out at least once. Which lizard is that? Which lizard is that in that emote? I'm all that and a bag of... He is all that and a bag of chips. And if you don't believe me, there's only one way to find out. Brooklyn? Okay. Yeah. Awesome. I was thinking it was a gargoyle. But I'm not... What is going on? There we go. I don't know why it's not letting me do the thing sometimes. Oh, I hear you getting shouted out over there as well. Yeah, see, look, if I do it with my mouse instead of my tablet, it lets me scroll the thing by reaching the edge. I don't know why it doesn't let me do that there. Where'd my reference picture go? Oh no, I've lost it. Okay. Anyways, are you streaming today, Rep? Oh. Now that I got distracted by Phil. Okay. And I'm gonna do this way. Oh yeah, that puts a lot of depth to it too. I don't hate that. Okay, that's good. Oh, you know, that's fine. It's not what I wanted to do, but it's fine. No, I want to do the black. Thank you for the alert, Karma. How are you doing today, friend? Before you completely fade into non-existence. How are you holding up? I know you've been going through some stuff, so I want to know that you're doing all right to some level. I know you're not necessarily doing great, and that's okay. You don't have to be doing great, but I do at least want to make sure that you're doing okay, that you are taking care of yourself while you're going through all this crap. Not bad. Understandable, understandable. Well, I hope you're having fun. Thank you for stopping by, Kat. And like I said, take care of yourself. If you need to talk about anything going on, you know how to get a hold of me. I missed the beginning of the conversation that Phil and Corgi are having at the moment. All I just heard was, Dilf is fine. Shari was trying to talk about Final Fantasy in auto mod block. Oh, gotcha. That's the part I missed, was the auto mod bit. Okay.
That's high quality H2O.
Thank you, wifey. Cheers. You know, I'm doing the thing you do, Corgi. I'm focusing too much on the background instead of what my scene is, but that's okay. We're working on multi-point... We're actually working on 3-point vanishing perspective, so... Probably a good thing to practice this before we start in on everything else. It is sometimes, yeah, for sure. Sure. That's definitely a good point. Well, and I don't do enough with backgrounds anyways. I say that, my Raugel one looks like Raugel, but generally speaking, I don't do enough. Oh, I think I spaced it perfectly. I was kind of vibing it out, but I think I got it perfect. I have a feeling the answer to that is no, but I'm not saying I won't like it more. Because I like drawing everything, so I don't think I'm going to be just doing, like, at any point going to get to the point where I just draw backgrounds. However, I do think I will try to be drawing a lot more backgrounds. Oh no, I've been talking through ads. Not that that matters. I think most of you are subbed to some amount. That's the thing. It's like, I only have so many viewers, but like everyone who watches me is subscribed, pretty much. It's kind of funny. And it's often because of gift subs from like one person, but still, it's kind of funny just how much of what percentage of my viewership is subscribed. So the thing with the art I do, I think because of the fact that I do so much pixel art, that characters just are more fun to do in pixel art, because you have to do so many more unique stuff to try to make them work. Whereas with the scenes, most of the scene backgrounds are kind of just drawn as is with less details. There's a lot less that you have to cheat on, so to speak. And I think that's part of the reason for me, I don't expect to be as dedicated to backgrounds as you are, but they're definitely something that'll come up. Also, because of some of the stuff I plan on doing, My backgrounds are going to be made and then they're going to sit, so to speak. That's too big. I want that. This is going to be interesting to try to do here. That's not what I want. I want... Yeah, perfect. I guess the interesting thing about doing backgrounds in PC98 is that I'm doing like a lot more figuring out where and how to mix the colors to get the sort of gradients and stuff I'm looking for. No, I said switch to this. There we go. Yeah, for sure. The 16 color palette. Which is a lot in the characters to figure out, but it's like in a background. The thing is, some backgrounds only need like 4 colors, even without doing the tiling and stuff. Which is why I wanted to do this, because it's a little bit more dynamic. There's more colors involved in making it look like... make it actually have some sort of appearance to it. Nope, that's not far enough. It doesn't need to be as extreme as that, but it needs to be a little bit. Yeah, there we go. See, I'm working in assumed perspective for some of this, and it's working out. That was actually probably a better perspective line, but that's okay. Nope, that's not it either. Yeah, there we go. It's really interesting doing this. This is all just done on a white square, essentially. Or a white rectangle, not a square. Make sure you give Maple all of the loves. You guys can't hear him unless you're in both. Talking, Bill and Corgi talking about making different things. Okay, so we're making this into solid white for now, but we will be going back in and undoing that, so to speak. Let's just block this off some so it's a little easier to color in without having to worry about breaking my black line there. What's up, Sammy? How are you doing today? Oh, there's someone who broke quote. This phrase doesn't mean anything. You are the one who breaks the rule, so to speak. And by that I mean I was talking about how on average my viewership, the people who come in here on a regular basis, are sub. Now a lot of that is from gifted subs. What's up, Wally? But you know, you just haven't been caught one of the gift sub bombs is all, Sammy. Everyone doing good there? Your baby's doing good? Quote unquote babies. The kidlings. The tiny folk. Yeah, for sure. No, it was funny though that right after I said that you popped in without like maybe a few moments afterward, and you pop in without the little sub icon. I was like, oh, I guess there's an exception to the rule. I'm working on kids are doing good, amazing good. We are working on we're making a scene, we're practicing. I do, again, most of my stuff is done in an art style known as PC98, which of course is a pixel art style, but more importantly, it has a limited 16 color palette. So these are the colors we're going to be using, and we're making a subway that's going to have musicians in it. So we're going to be doing subway musician stuff. And so we're building the subway art right now. And it's interesting because I've never been in a subway. And so it's interesting trying to look at reference because I don't have the personal experience of what it actually looks like. Yeah, so any like those little characters I've made for you, like you and everyone, Sammy, those are done in the same art style, but you guys already have limited palettes, so it's hard to tell. Because you know the art palette. Let's see, for anyone who hasn't seen, I did art for my friends such as Sammy Dormouse here, and let me find my Sammy mat or sprite. Sammy sprite. So Sammy's sprite, hold on, I'll just do this actually. So we did Sammy's sprite here. But Sammy's already had, like, was it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? It's either 5 or 6 colors, so I didn't have to do anything to get through the 16, to keep it under 16, because she only uses 5 or 6. I think this one's actually outdated though. I think your sprite's been updated since I did or your VTuber's been updated since I did that. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Or like Ruiz. Ruiz has 4 colors or 5 colors on it to do his. And then like what, Udon has 4 colors, 3 colors? 3 colors. 4 colors because of his eyes. So Udon's had 4 colors to do. You got your final form coming today. I can't wait to see it. When are you streaming? Or you mean you're getting it? Oh, why did my chat disappear off my screen? When are you streaming with it today, or are you getting it and then you'll be debuting it later? Thank you, Wally. I appreciate that. Yeah, it's fun. I mean, I used to. So I don't know if you know this, Wally, because you've known me for a long time. I used to do a lot of art. I used to actually do commissions of art back in high school, and shortly thereafter, obviously, streaming 9 with it. Okay. PST. So that's what, 11 for me? You're 2 hours behind me, or past me? I'm the same time zone as Udon, so. Thank you. He actually has it on his scrolling fan art because that he has going on. I've done a few people's, by the way. Like I did. Hold on. Where is his? I see the super version. Where's his base one? Oh, it's bet you it's I probably saved it under in. Here you go. You didn't know that, yeah. So I used to do commission art years ago. We got Saiyan. And of course, because it's Saiyan, I had to do a Super Saiyan version of him. Here's one. Definitely not for Take a Chill Phil. His character's a sloth, by the way. I need to do one of Corgi now that he actually has his. So yeah, this is me slowly getting back into doing art. I'm finally feeling confident again because I was not feeling confident. Also, sidebar, Corgi and Phil used to do a thing where they would once a month they would do a prehistoric creatures as Pokemon, and so I sprited them as Pokemon sprites for like in-game. So this is another little one of those things I did, trying to do Gen 1 style sprites, which was really cool. So that's something else I've done on, and I did those on stream, but yeah. So anyways, yeah, fun. Why did it go away again? Quit doing that, chat. Quit disappearing off my screen. Okay. What does this look like? What does... I'm doing all these things, I'm losing my references. Okay, so I need to make like... It is, it's really... And I've done some of... I'll pull up some of the stuff I've done here in a little bit. What are we already in? Hi, Ryan. We are making a subway, and we're going to be doing we're going to be doing a subway. We're going to put some musicians in them, and we're doing small details right now to make it look like an actual subway. Wow, that was awful. What, Maverick? What are you getting so sassy about? But yeah, I'm gonna be doing like Musicians Inferno. Thank you for the alert. But yeah, so Wally, one of the skills I used to have that I've lost, I don't have this anymore, is I used to be one of those people who could imitate other people's art styles. So like people would commission me to draw their original, like their OCs for like Naruto, let's say, and I would draw it in was it Kishimoto? Is that who did Naruto? Whoever it is, I would imitate his style. I can't do that crap anymore, but I used to be really good at it, and so that's what I used to do in high school on my Wacom bamboo, and now I have a Hue Ion and Spirov. A little bit different technology, but not that much of different. They actually, I was telling someone the other day that the Inspirov feels like if there's, let's say there's like 30 steps of quality, it's a half step down from Wacom, and it's way cheaper. It made money. That's how much people liked it. Is people were, absolutely willing to pay me. So that counts for something. All right, so let's grab this blue here. Okay, that kind of gives it a glass sort of texture. Oh, I need to do... Okay, I know how to do this. Do. Oh, I'm gonna have to bring this out even further than I realized. Luckily, because of vanishing lines, here in a moment, I'll get to... There we go. I think I can get away with that. Anyways, Wally, what have you been up to? Been a hard week. Stress levels decreasing. I'm glad to hear that. Feel free to lurk if you don't feel like talking because you're having a rough week. But if you want to rant or just talk about anything, I'm up for conversation. Still working. Oh, okay. What do you do nowadays? If you are comfortable answering that, do not feel any pressure to do so if you are not. I am not trying to get anyone exposed or anything like that, but if you're comfortable, what do you do nowadays? Welcome back, Corgi. I heard about the fighting dinosaurs. And, Maple technically is a mammal. Ki. I just figured you would enjoy that as a little side joke. No one else in here is going to get it anyways, because they probably aren't in there, but... There we go. And now I need to do a little bit of shading. Let's get our black out and this. And we're just going to do a little shading here. I need it to be a little inconsistent so it doesn't look like it's... There we go. Alright, there's the newsstand. And next we need some signs and stuff, like exit here, and then we can pretty much be done with the background. We'll have our shapes done. Speaking vaguely, I work at a very big company. Human resources, yay. Yeah, I can believe that it's a lot, yeah, for sure. Yeah, understandable. Thank you. And I think I'm done with that part, so... I like how this is all that there is, right? But the picture for the thing goes all the way out past the palette because of the lines I drew for the perspective. So yeah, see, it's using... So this newsstand is using this point of perspective over here. The structure itself is using a point of structure perspective that's all the way over here. And then this is going to be for some of the signs are going to be using this one here in just a moment. I might move it though. I think it may be a little close. Yeah, I'm going to move that point of perspective. Yeah, we'll do that. Yeah, for sure. Like I said, never any pressure to do so. Just know this is a safe space. You are absolutely allowed to just rant and rave in here if you ever need to. You know, you're a friend. And friends get a little bit of special advantage here. Oh, so, alright, little bits of things for your kids then. First thing, because it'll happen. It doesn't matter if you feel like you're talented. Art is a skill. That's the first and most important thing that people need to know, is art is a skill, which means you can be talented at it. Don't get me wrong. You can be slightly better at it than other people by default, right? A little bit. Understand that's a little bit. But it's a skill, so the most important thing is you have to learn how to do it, right? And that's something a lot of people tend to struggle with. And so that's something I want you, if your kids ever get to the point where they're learning it and they think they finally understand it and then they start struggling with it. Okay, I want to actually put this here. It's a skill to be learned. They will get better at it. The more they learn about it, the more they practice it, the better they're going to continue getting. And they need to remember that. And that's for everybody. That's not just your kids. That's anyone. This is a skill. It's just like when I learned to fire breathe. It's a skill that I learned. It wasn't something that, even if I had talent at it, even if there was some things I picked up faster than some of the others, right? It was still a skill I had to learn to get really good at. And that's something people need to be aware of. In anything you do, especially in the worlds of art. So music, I know you know this, but music, drawing, painting, these are all skills. They are not. There are things that you can be talented at in these things, right? So you can have, let's say, music. You can have above average lung capacity. So you're going to have less difficulty learning how to maintain a note as someone who has to work and learn to do that, right? So that's a talent you have that makes the skill easier to learn. However, anyone can learn the skills needed to overcome that. And the same thing can be said for this sort of art. You may have a naturally steady hand, right? Or you may have a very clear inner vision. Those things are talents that make the skill easier. But it's a skill, and so in order to be good at it, you have to practice it. You have to learn it. And the more you practice and learn it, the better you're going to get. And I think it's very important for everyone to be aware of, especially anyone who's wanting to take it seriously, right? It's not some just offhand thing. You really need to understand that it is a skill to be learned. And I just want to make sure that if your kids are really getting into art, that's something that they are aware of and that they really kind of commit to. If they're serious about it, they need to be aware that it's a commitment to learn, and once you learn it, you don't stop. You never stop learning, because the moment you stop learning is the moment you're not going to be any good at it. Well, love to hear what were the most meaningful sources. Are they wanting to do digital, or are they wanting to do traditional? Because I will say that learning things has been different depending on what I'm doing. Like, it's different doing digital art versus traditional media art as for where I learned how to do things. And so that's why I'm asking that. Both, I think. Okay, that's fair. So when it comes to physical media, honestly, a lot of how-to guides are a good place to start, but you want to start on ones that are on an academic level. They draw a lot, but one of them has done mostly digital. Okay, cool. And so, like, no, don't, like, how to draw manga books, fine, right? But don't start there. Choose that once you're starting to learn specialized skills, right? So, like, in general, if I'm wanting to learn how to do basic lines, right? So basic lines, that's something. I want to find books that have the academic side of that, right? So I want books that are going to be showing me how they teach it in schools. There you go. Corgi has a lot of stuff too. But I would say while you're learning the basics, because I don't know how old your kids are, but while they're learning the basics, learning from sources that are designed to teach the basics are a great place. He simplifies the muscles into simple shapes. Let me get where you can see it on your thing, but it's approachable from any level. Sure. But learning to draw shapes. Okay, that's another thing. Like, he's mentioning that, but before that, they need to learn how to draw shapes, which they may already know. But that's actually a step in the process that people need to be aware of, is you have to learn how to draw shapes. So something that helps you understand the parts of a shape, so to speak, like the curves of a circle. Yeah, we know that from a mathematical point, and you might use a math book, but they need to have something that's going to point that out, right? And they may learn it in school. I know my art teacher was kind of not great for that stuff. She didn't care. It was a class for passing, right? You had the same one, and I don't hate her. She's a fine individual, but she was there because she wanted to teach art and no one wanted to learn or whatever. And so that's what she felt like, and that's how she taught the class. Why are you being sassy, Maverick? Oh, it's after 8. Okay, that's fair. Let me finish this conversation and then we'll take a break. Okay? But also, I'm not gonna lie, YouTube tutorials, as long as you pay, like, you find ones that, you know, you've got good practice with or whatever, YouTube is a great place for information. I don't remember any of the names of any of the people I follow the tutorials. But it also, like, how do they learn? Wally, how do they learn? Are they people who read to learn? Are they people who need to watch videos to learn? If you have the link for it, Corgi, feel free to link it. I have no qualms with shouting as many people out. Also, watch Corgi's VODs if you want to learn certain things too, because he's been practicing and he's sharing his process. So that's another, like, other YouTubers. There's a lot of YouTubers who explain their process as they go. Like, I explain part of what I'm doing, but I'm not good at it. But some people are. If ever personally took, it was a unique and positive experience for me as a complete novice. I have so much respect. But yeah, there's a lot of good, there you go. There's a lot of good resources out there. The big thing is, so another thing is you're going to see a lot of different times where there'll be resources that will have different advice for the same thing and they don't match. Okay? Neither of them are wrong. Well, I mean, they might be, but neither of them are wrong. You can't assume that either of them are wrong. They're just wrong for you. Because there are certain things, my kiddos love reading, and I think learn from reading, but I would... Yeah, sure. Yeah, so the how to draw different books are honestly not that bad in regards to that. But yeah, so if you see things with differing answers in different places, that doesn't mean that one of them's wrong. It means it's wrong for... One of them is going to be wrong for you, so to speak. Like, Corgi and I may draw things completely different, and we'll have similar results. Right? And that's because we have to have a different approach. Which is true. He and I have different approaches to a lot of different things. I can tell you from experience, from different things we've done. The way I do art a lot of times has more of a painter's approach, and he has more of a sketch artist approach. Are we talking like what's without clicking on it? Is it like line weights and shapes? Is that what it is, Corgi? Because I know that's one thing, is line weight and line confidence and shape practices are way more important than people realize, and then whenever they start doing them, they're always like, I can't believe I wasn't doing this already. But anyways, I'm going to take a quick 10 to 20 minute break. The dog is starting to get whiny, which means he needs to go outside. The cats are going to swarm me when I get out there. So yeah, we're going to take a quick break. Feel free to continue chatting back and forth about your experiences with art. Shape forms, fundamental. Okay, yeah. So yeah, that's exactly the stuff they should start with. Oh, good. So yeah, but we're gonna take a quick break, and when we come back, we'll continue with this. And if you're still here, we'll talk some more art and practices and drills and stuff. So, but feel free to talk amongst yourselves. And if you're not here when I get back, that's fine. I understand. I will talk at you at a later point. Be back soon. Do. I am back. Line confidence. I'm gonna go back through what we've had here. And, okay, one of the things the video suggests, keep a sketch diary, do a quick drawing of your most impactful memory of the day. Doing that, trying not to worry about quality outcome. That's a big one. Suggesting that to my kids, aside from the skill boost, helps me be more reflective about my day and all the fascinating things that happen. Yep. A woodlouse? Gross. Alright, I'm back. Oh, I come back, the music starts, and then immediately stops. There we go. Oh, I'm back, I don't know who all's still here, but I'm glad you guys kept each other company. Alright, let's see. I don't think that's going to be the color we use here. Let's use this. This will stand out. Yeah, that'll stand out. Okay, cool. Is that enough room? I guess I can draw that first. And then we'll figure out from there. No, I definitely don't want that to be a straight line. I mean, I do want it to be a straight line. I don't want it to be a vertical line. Have you been having an alright day? Now that you've calmed down a bit and aren't so stressed out? Isopods. Isopods. Man, Wally, I don't know if you've ever been to any Corgi streams, but if you ever get a chance, you should check him out. We have some interesting conversations there about all sorts of stuff, and a lot of them I know you would be interested in to some level. Like when we talk about political things, it can get kind of crazy in there. Especially if Andorra's around. Andorra always has an opinion. She's lived enough life that she has an opinion about pretty much anything. And I don't say that in a bad way. That is not meant as an insult. That is meant entirely as a legitimate, genuine thing, that she's been around long enough that if there's something that we talk about, she has an opinion. Also, we talk a lot about dinosaurs. A lot about dinosaurs and a lot about food. So much talk about food. Every time. He does stream a little late, though, so I'm not sure with what your, like, I don't know what your schedule looks like, so you may not ever get a chance. But if you ever get a chance, too, please check out Corgi's stream. Oh, I didn't know that. And Dora is a treat. It's unfortunate that she hasn't been around. But we have a lot of people over there in his chats every night. He does start streaming. I guess it's not as bad for you since you're way over there on the coast. He starts streaming midnight my time, 11 his time. So like what, 10 your time, I guess? So that's not too bad for you, I guess. We do talk about improving art too, yes. We talk about man, so many different things. Impreg. That's only happened a couple times. Corgi has a comic strip that he works on. And that looks so crappy, but I don't know how to get that to look right at an angle. Oh, sure. Yeah, for sure. I'm sure at some point. I'm sure at some point. Oh my gosh. I lost. What's the next part of these signs normally have on them? Oh, it has like the labels of where it's going. I don't know where this is going. This is fictional. Yeah, for sure. For sure. We're just choosing random numbers here because I've never actually been on a subway, so I'm not exactly sure what sort of rules there are for it. That works. Okay. That's that sign done. Oh, actually, I say that, but do need to do one little bit more thing. There we go. Alright. So then behind this, I need to make like train. Behind this. Behind this. Don't cross the yellow or red line, stand back. That is the main one. Think for the rules. Yeah, that isn't I'm doing this from like a reference and that sign isn't somewhere. Otherwise I would definitely write that. If you guys know where that would go, I would absolutely put it in to the picture to add some more credence to the realism. I just don't have the mental knowledge of where it goes, so I don't know where that sign would go. I would absolutely throw it in here if you can tell me where it's supposed to go in the picture, though. Because I am absolutely down to do, like, add something like that. Go, and now I have a picture of the train itself. Okay, I see how that goes. Yeah, I'm definitely going to swap one of my colors on my palette for a gray. So I just need to not use this bottom right color, and we're going to add gray to my options here. I don't mind that I haven't been using it, but I need to make silver, and I can't really do that with the tiling I have available. So we need just a, like, right in the middle gray. Just on the yellow line itself. Okay, I could do that. Yeah, let me just put my hand right in front of the camera there. I like the subway. That's cool. I like trains. I just, again, there's no subway near me. Like, unless Kansas City has one that I don't know about, which I'm not going to say it definitely doesn't. I have never seen one there, is all I'm saying for sure. I love traveling on trains, to be fair. Like, that has been a good experience for me in the past. Oh. 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 Your partner is a railroad engineer. So I actually have well, wifey has a family member who works on the railways in, I think well, I don't know where he works right now, because he works on a railway, and they're just like, yeah, you're working here this month. Like, he rides the train to work. So he goes to Kansas City, to the rail station there, or maybe it's not even the rail station. Maybe it's specifically the what's it called? I can't think what it's called. The part where they actually actively work on the trains, though. And then he jumps on a train there, and he goes to wherever he's working on tracks and trains next. So yeah, I have some vague knowledge of, like, regular trains, quote unquote regular trains, oh shit. Right, I guess that makes sense. above ground trains, though. Alright, let's get this. And we're just going to do some super generic... Oh, I'm not going to be able to do it that way because I'm at a vanishing point. Passenger freight? I don't know. I don't know offhand which one he does, honestly. I just know he does the physical reparation and things like that on him. That's way too small, isn't it? Alright, let's just make a door. We'll start with the door. The door should be easy. The door should be easy. He said with so much confidence. So I want an open door here. I'll have to ask him though, because I don't know, which I feel like I should know, because it's my wife's brother. So I guess he is my brother-in-law. Yeah, I guess he is related to me technically through marriage. Whoa, whoa, that was bad. Let's do a little straight line and then we'll attach the curves to it. Hello? There we go. No. Erase, thank you. What is going on here? Oh, I know what's going on here. I know what's going on here. That gray is too similar to my default background color. That's what's going on here. I forgot that I was drawing on... Who's a cook? That's cool. Yeah, like I said, I know he's his job specifically. He doesn't work like he's not riding the train while he's working. He's working on them while they're parked in the different locations. He's physically does repairs and whatnot. So. I do know that much. Good, that's what I want. So I want this silver. There we go. Again, I'm laughing. People in chat can't hear him. Bill is doing his normal bit about being perfect, and I want to actually, I'm going to type in there. He's always perfect. Okay. Yeah. It's cool. I agree for sure. Ah! Am I on the wrong layer? I am on the wrong layer. Oh no. Oh no. That's okay. We fixed it. It's all good. We're all good. Let's try that again and not screw it up this time. I'm going to be coloring over this with black again here in a moment, but I shouldn't have filled in this spot yet. That's okay. It's okay. Using the damn tools to make it easier. Because, you know, that's what we have them for, right? So your kid who does digital art, Wally, how are they doing it? Do they have a tablet, a pen tab? Or are they doing it mouse and keyboard? Like how are they doing this on a tablet? Tablet, like an actual tablet, not a pen tablet. I mean, I guess they're, you know, but like on a iPad style tablet versus a Wacom style tablet. Go. Now I need to make... You know what? No, we don't do that yet. No, we don't do that yet. We'll do that afterward. Because I just realized I need to do more things before I get to that spot. Oop, that's the wrong button. I was already on black, so it didn't matter. Damn it. Dang old dang it. A tablet, not one for art specifically. They make little animations as well. Ah, animations are fun. Alright, so if you have a PC for them to use, and you want them to have as many things as possible, make sure that they have a program like... now, their tablet may have more than enough, so don't say... Don't... If they keep... interest, I definitely want to upgrade to something art specific. That's fair. That's cool. I'm going to say this, and I don't want you to think what I'm saying is they need this, okay? I want you to understand I'm giving you examples of the types of things they need to help so they have the right tools. So I don't want you to go like, oh, I need to go buy this program. I'm saying these sort of programs are what you want as an example, even on the form of the digital form that they're already working on in a tablet. I need what the stuff I want to say is if they want the whole experience, they're going to want something akin to Clip Art Studio, Procreate. Krita is a free one. I can't think of the other free one that we were just talking about, but things like that are really useful. And again, you don't need specifically any of those. Those just have tools that are all useful for almost no matter what type of art they want to do. Like if you're doing like this has to show some examples. I will pause what we're doing here. I have comic options here, right? And so like, let's say I pull up this manga template here, right? It pulls up this that I can work from directly. It's already sorted, but more importantly, it masks things off so they can only draw in certain places. This also has an animation studio in it. Let me pull up, like, the PNG tuber I use is actually made here. Tool, Dockers, animation. And so like I can full on go through here and do different animations down here using frame by frame, and it has everything you want. It has the onion peel or onion skin. It has frame by frame. It has open frames, keyframes. So if this is something that they want, get something that but find out what they want. To be fair, like they may not want all of this fancy stuff, right? So here's onion skins, right? You can see how there's the red there and then the yellow. Those are the frame before and after. Those are what those are, so you can see them. So that's what that is. Anyways, if this is something they get committed to, and there are free options, so don't think you have to pay for them. There are free options. Just make sure that you find out what they're looking for and that the programs that you help them get have what they're looking for. Like if they want to do animation, make sure it has animation, and they'll tell you. The programs will tell you if they have them available. I'm not sure how old your kids are, and I don't care. I say that rudely. I don't care while I'm on stream how old your kids are. That doesn't matter for what we're talking about. The important part is that they get, if you're wanting to help them with that purpose, it's important that they get the tools they need to practice what they're trying to do. Because if you give them what they need to succeed, it's easier for them in a more future setting of some sort. So yeah. And so yeah, it's a simple thing. It's not one of those things I'm trying to tell you how to parent either. If this is just advice for if your kids end up really wanting to commit to the art, that the tools are available and that they probably need to learn how to use them, especially if they want to try to commit to it on any sort of professional level. But even on a minor level, like, you know, I'm doing this. I'm kind of getting paid, I guess, because you guys are paying me subscriptions to watch me do art. But, you know, I'm not a professional or anything. Yeah, absolutely. And I'm happy, again, I'm happy to spread the great word of art. Like it's some sort of religion. It's probably less harmful than... Sorry, I'm not going to get into that. I'm not. I know I can, and I know you won't be mad about it, but I'm not. We're just going to not get into that. Alright, so I'm gonna go and give you some more things. Don't spend the money on a Wacom until you're sure that they want a Wacom. Wacom, Wacom, okay? There are way more affordable alternatives that are comparable, more or less. I will say Wacom does make really good stuff. So that's not me dissing on the company. They have earned it. One of them has one to use, and the other will be time before too long. Cool. But yeah, so that's some things to think about is what they're wanting to do with it and making sure whatever programs they have has what they want to do with it. And again, this one has everything. This is Krita. This is a free program. If I could ever get sponsored by a free program, this would be the one I'd want to. I don't know how you would, but you know. This one I like, but it's not going to be for everyone. It has very specifically what I'm looking for, right? Back when we were kids, we had Photoshop, right? That was our option. Photoshop is fine. Photoshop is not an art program, though, or it's not a drawing program. You know, I don't know if you've seen my new schedule, but I'm a lot more busy, but I'm always available after stream. So if you ever are up late and you just want to chat, just let me know. XP, yeah, exactly. Whack 'em. Whack 'em? Yeah, Corgi will tell you, yeah, exactly. Some of these, but again, I will always say that they are expensive for a reason. They are legit. Their quality hasn't gone down really. There's just other people are finally up to their quality. Would you say that's a fair assessment, Corgi? I don't like that it... Oh no, I'm not a fan of that. Shit. Yeah, that too. Yeah. The program, like the one I'm using, they're getting more and more of these features because artists in the actual community want this stuff to be available. They want more artists. We don't want more people fighting against art. We want more people creating art. Hello? Hit the wrong button. That's funny. And so people are making more and more of these programs and tools for more affordable things. Hey, if you want to, I would be down to chat after stream for a while. That's a very, very legitimate offer if you're interested. I know you're mostly available on weekends, so... You know, a lot of the things that I do in the program, like this, is honestly easier to do in physical media. You just take a piece of tape, and now you block it off. Which sounds funny, but like, these digital tools that make it easy, are not necessarily easier than physical media, and I think that's hilarious. Sure. like I said, I don't feel like they're getting worse. I feel like everyone else is just finally up to the same level. Is the big thing with some of these other companies that we've relied on for years. Um, we'll fix that. That's fine. It's not hurting anything at the moment. Oh! Whoa! Damn it. Oh, this, I know what's wrong. I changed the size earlier and didn't fix it. I've been so happy with this Huion. Like, I used to be a Wacom, a bamboo user. But this thing is just, it's so good. And it feels as good as the Wacoms do. Without the price. Right, yeah, I'll be streaming, let's see, for another hour and a half, give or take. Or at least, you know, that's about when I normally end. So I shouldn't be on like crazy late. But yeah. We'll see. We'll see if my wife is like, hey, I'm still awake, come pedal with me. Because obviously my wife gets priority. But a lot of times she's asleep whenever I'm done, so we'll see. Welcome back from Agile, anyone who isn't subscribed. All 2 or 3 of you. I think it's funny, I'm at 200 followers. But, you know, only so much percentage, which is normal. This isn't a complaint, which is normal. Only so much percent actually watch on a regular basis. But of those ones, almost all of them are subscribed, the ones that actually watch on a regular basis. And then they have those, like, rails, right? Yeah, so I need some, like... Does it have a hotkey? It doesn't. Okay. You know... No, I was gonna say I might just leave that, but no, we'll do this the right way. Let me just keep punching the hand cam there. I had someone one time who was like, do you know you have a cam facing down at your crotch? Because I was doing something with this, and I hadn't had it perfectly adjusted. And I'm like, yeah, that's my hand cam. They're like, oh, I never thought of doing that. I'm like, this is a common thing in art, right? Like, that's not that weird of a thing to have, like, a hand cam, is it? They thought it was the most amazing thing. It's kind of funny. Well, that, again, not what I meant to do. What the fuck? There we go. Nope, I definitely can't just use a square. That's okay. That's just wishful thinking. I gotta keep everything in line. What up, Rui? I was showing off my fan art of you earlier. How are you doing today, sir? For those of you who don't know who Rui is, please understand if you're here for the art, Rui is definitely one of the people you should go check out. Rui is a friend of the channel. Give me a second. I'm the first person you... That's interesting. I've seen it a lot, which is why I decided to do it, because I'd seen it so much. If you don't know Rui, though, please go check him out at some point as well if you love the art. Rui does digital art. He is an art student and a computer... What's your degree in, Rui? What is your degree in? I know you have, I know you're working on an art degree and a computer degree, right? Is that right? I say with no confidence whatsoever. It's even more crooked. Comp science major, okay. He's done a whole bunch of stuff on his streams. He's a really chill dude. Again, if you love the art, or if you like sometimes some funny gaming, but mostly the art, go check him out. We love Rui. Rui is such a good guy. He's also baby. Too many art courses. Oh, okay. He's also just a baby, though, compared to everyone in my chats. This kid was in school when COVID happened. That makes you feel old, Wally? I hope so. Makes me feel old sometimes. I always joke that he makes me feel old. Oh, I see. I'm trying to make this vanish the wrong direction. Yeah, he's a baby. He'll be like, oh yeah, I grew up watching Markiplier. I'm like, I'm the same age as Markiplier. Markiplier's birthday is like a month before mine. Birth date, not just birthday. That's not the button I wanted. Oh. no. Why did I do that? It's fine. We'll fix it. We'll fix it in post. No, in post. That's what I was afraid of. Where am I? Oh, it's down here. No, it is funny how often it comes up you talking about Markiplier or what was it? I'm trying to remember. I like to say I'm old at heart, but yeah, we're not old yet. Young at heart, I mean, we're not old yet. We've still got another 20 something years before we're old. We're just not young anymore. That's what I always say. Is I'm not old yet. I'm just not young. Right? It's nice to see someone our age succeeding at beating big competition with Markiplier doing the whole Iron Lung movie. That's pretty nice. Jacksepticeye, that's the other one you always talk about, yeah. He's a little bit older than us, though, I think. I think he's a couple years older, if I remember right. I remember back whenever Mark first got his start, right? While he was still in school. See, I used to watch this little thing called The Game Station, which was Jesse Cox, Dodger, and Total Biscuit. And Markiplier was still... I mean, he was known to a degree, but he wasn't known yet. Like, he had just gotten his first decent-sized video, and he was on there, and so I've kind of followed his career since. Calling you Unk? What the fuck is your chat is calling you Unk? You're baby. How are you Unk? I'm offended for you. Definitely not for myself. No, just you. Just offended for you. Calling you Unk is hilarious. I honestly, yeah, I of course, okay. So I had someone Lex, who's in my stream, or in my stream chat sometimes. My voice chat, I'm trying to say. He was like, yeah, the older you get, the longer you think until someone's older. I was like, no, when I was a kid, and my mom would say she was getting old, I'm like, you're not 70 yet. You are doing much better than you were in your 20s, Corgi. And I think Wally has discovered themselves more from some of the hints and stuff being laid down, so that's always nice. But yeah, like, even as a kid, I thought people weren't old until they got into their 70s, because my grandma was in her 70s when I was little. You know, my mom... Let's see. How old was she when I was born? My mom was 17 when my oldest sister was born. I can do math. Let me just do math. I can't math off the top of my head right now. My brain doesn't want to work, but I can math. Because her birthday is 3 days before mine, which means it's always going to be the same amount of years. So... my mom was 35 when I was born. I don't know who Olin Rogers is. I do remember Rhett and Link. But I don't know who Olin Rogers is. Yeah, that's why I said you're doing way better than you were, since you had all sorts of medical stuff going on. Oh, that's fine. I just realized that's not as bad as I thought, and I can fix it. Sure. Yeah, so my point was I had old parents, is what I was getting at. So I think that's part of the reason that as a kid, in my head, you had to be a lot older to be old, because my parents were already, quote-unquote, what some people were like, oh yeah, you're starting to get old in your 30s. I'm like, my parents are in their 30s. No, when I was a high schooler, right? So if my mom was 36, when I was in high school, she was in her 50s. That's fair. Alright, let's do this first. I would say I would agree with that from what, again, I haven't been there for all, a large percentage of stuff, but from the stuff I know about, I would say I agree that you've been pretty lucky with things. There you go. Balloon shop in the early 80s. Olin went on to anime show Final Space. Interesting. Interesting. Yeah, I've never been a big show. Like, I still don't really watch much, even like Markiplier, and I liked what his stuff what it became. I didn't like early Markiplier, to be fair. I like how this whole conversation started because I called Rui a baby. Rui the baby. I also call him a baby anytime I can on his stream, though, so. I hate how well the black and white tiling matches the gray background. Because this is all just black and white tiling. But when you zoom out, boy, does it just turn gray. I haven't caught some of your streams the last few days. Rui, how's your gaming bit, or have you just been doing art again? Alright, I'm just gonna hide these. I think I'm pretty much done with those, as I'm gonna start drawing, like, other stuff now. That kind of sets the scene, so we can put people on it to play music and whatnot. We're gonna cover up half the stuff we did already, but that's okay. Just more art, okay. Nothing wrong with that. Last time I dropped in there, you were drawing, I don't know who it was. It reminded me of a character from Honkai Star Rail. It, like, kind of had the Mr. Ratio, or Dr. Ratio sort of look to him. Before I Monster Hunter again. Hey, if you... I re-downloaded World so I can play with you at some point if you want. Just so you know. No pressure to do so, of course, but if you need someone to hunt with you. What's wild is that I listened to watch Ego Raptor when he first making stuff. Right? I haven't watched Game Grumps, to be fair. I've seen like 3 or 4 episodes, and it just wasn't for me, which is weird, because I loved all this stuff when he was making back on, Newgrounds and early YouTube. But then I didn't like his live stuff. So I haven't watched Aaron do stuff in forever. I also love how we were talking about Ego Raptor and Johnny Utah and all that the other day on Monday while we were doing Gundam. Yippee! Yeah. So yeah, if you need extra people to hunt with, I will be available to hunt. Okay. Now I gotta think about how people stand, and I don't want him completely blocking it, but he's gonna be mostly in the foreground here. You love the VTuber's design, but I'm doing... Oh, yeah. Man, okay. I've been meaning to ask, if I were to go and create a new model, a 2D model, and I blocked out all the parts, I don't have a good practice on rigging 2D models. I've rigged plenty of 3D models, like I've done my own 3D VTuber and all that stuff, but I have no practice at. What do you charge to rig a 3D model? Because I've heard you say you will do rigging. So I'm just curious, what sort of do you like? Is it a lot? You don't have to give me like an exact price or anything, because I'm sure I could find that. But like, have you done that as a charge? Because I know you've mentioned it before. Like, I'm not trying to talk shop with you here and try to get things. Huh? Am I getting this guy too close to the camera? I think I am. I think I need to stick figure him first. So I want guy. Give him a little neck. Give him a little shoulder action here. Give him a little arm action here. Give him a little hand here. Little hand here. Depends on the complexity, really. Some of the chibi models with physics as price. Right. Because that's one thing I've been thinking about doing, is to add to my stuff. It's just for more practice. Gotcha. Yeah, if anyone ever wants a 2D model, by the way, I have told multiple people to go to you, so I don't know if anyone's done it yet. But I have tried to send people your way. Especially after seeing your work on, what's her name, Sapphire? Because that was like the first one you were working on it. If it comes down to if you want fancy iPhone, gotcha. Sure. Yeah, that makes sense. And again, it's not a right now thing, but I might eventually come to you about... Again, it would just be rigging, because, you know, I'd want it to be on my art style or whatever, but... Okay, so there's that guy, and then we want a guy playing drums. So a seated position. So drums are going to be about this height. Do. So then a seated position. Legs. Drumsticks. We could just do that, just the two. I kind of want to do a Greg Patillo. Let me get a Greg Patillo pose in here and get a guy on the flute beatboxing. Greg. Who here remembers Greg Patillo, or is that just me? Am I the weirdo who listened to that? Or maybe who remembers his name? Because I bet a bunch of people have heard his stuff, but may or may not know his name. Or what was his band? Project. The name was Project. Was the name of his band. Oh, that's such a pose, man. Thank you. Wally, you played flute, right? You probably know Greg Patillo. Patillo? Pattillo? How do you draw that? Let's see. So it would be like this, this, and then of course the flute is here. Oh yeah, that's the body posture. And then that would come here, and then he always had like a wide man-spreading stance. Okay, so that's the positions that they're going to be in. So let's get some of this stuff shaped in. Okay. Okay. So he was the videos you would know of him then if you don't recognize the name. He was known as the beatboxing flautist. He played like Sesame Street on the flute while also beatboxing at the same time. And then he made a band called Project, which was him, a cello, a drum, and a guitarist, I think, playing, and they would play on like subway stations and stuff, which is kind of where the inspiration for this is coming from. So yeah, if you know the beatboxing flute, that was Greg Patillo. There you go. That's how you spell his name. So this shoulder would be down here, and this one's going to be more up here. Look up Greg Patillo Sesame Street, I think was the most popular one he did back in the day. He had other ones, but I think that's the one most people do. My favorite one is, oh, what is that called? Is it Charlie and the Wolf? No, that's not it. What is it? Something in the wolf. I guess I could just look up Greg Petito the wolf. That'll give me it. Peter and the Wolf. Peter and the Wolf. My favorite one he's done is Peter and the Wolf. So that's the one that but a lot of people know him from specifically his Sesame Street song cover. There we go. Oh boy, we're about to get hit with a raid. That's okay. We love Phil. Make sure you show him some love when he gets in here. I don't even know if I want to give these guys too many features. I want this to be about the instrument and the scene, so I might be doing like... They have a nose, but not eyes, not face, you know. Give him some hair, obviously, like he needs hair. But yeah, we're not even going to give him facial features. I think that's going to be kind of a point of this. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. Thank you guys. Thank you for the raid, Phil. Thank you, thank you, thank you. How was the art going? I love the mountain range. It looked absolutely beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. A chill raid, yes. For anyone in here who doesn't know Phil, and I don't know how that's possible, but if you're newer, I suppose you might. Phil is a really cool guy. He's super chill. He's been in here several. We've played some games with him. We've done some art with him. We've done some Pokemon art with him. He is Corgi's husband, so if you see Corgi in here all the time, that is the Phil we're talking about, is this lovely individual. Art's going well. We're doing a fun little thing. No, it looks really good, though. Like, also, I guess I should zoom out since you haven't been in here. Playing art, yeah, right? We're working on a subway scene. I'm currently... this may take more than one stream to do, because I'm putting so much work into it. We're going to be not giving them faces or anything, but we're doing a group doing... I'm thinking about making them kind of shadowy, which means some of these details will be lost, but then the instruments are going to stand out, and then the subway, so I want the fact that they're playing music in front of in a subway. I want that to be the theme. The focus is that the music in the subway. So the focus isn't on the individual characters, but what they're doing. So I'm kind of going to make them a little bit more shadowy after I get them blocked out and everything. But yeah, thank you for the raid. Take care of yourself. I know you're about to start getting ready for work and whatnot, but thank you, and I hope you had a wonderful one. Anyone who's in here from Phil's raid who doesn't know me, I'm at Sleeps in the Day, a mostly role-playing game variety streamer, except for on Fridays I do art. I stream 6 days of the week. I do a lot of collaborative stuff with other people. I have played Baldur's Gate 3 with Phil for quite a while until we had some internet issues and we kind of had to end that. I would love to play another collab with you at some point, Phil, by the way. Even if it was just like a 1 week. He's also been in a lot of my one-shots for when I do those, so you might see his name a lot if you check out my VODs. But yeah, I know you have to start getting ready for work. I hope you have a wonderful day. I hope you don't have to worry about people coming in and barfing on your floor or something. But yeah. Oh, and of course, earlier I had to show people my sloth I drew in reference to you at one point, so you know they got to see that. That'd be awesome. Yeah. And again, no sort of pressure, no nothing like that. Just, you know, at some point in the future, I would love to do it again. You're such a good guy to hang out with. I feel like no more, please no more barf is a pretty good general thing, not just at work, but yes, definitely at work. He's running. Oh yeah, we'll have to see that for sure. I gotta look at my reference for the cellist. Yeah, I'm turning him around too much. Okay. Man, this guy, I have stretched his body. I've done the corgi thing and stretched his body for some reason. We're gonna clean this up on the next one. We're doing this in like 4 layers to get the shapes right. Right now we're just sketching out the general shape of them. Wow, I just had a Christmas song pop in my head because of this drummer. Bum 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 bum. My favorite Christmas song, Little Drummer Boy. And I don't know why it's my favorite. I can think of reasons it might be, but I don't know what the reason is. I can just think of possible reasons. Oh gosh, I shouldn't have deleted that. I've lost some track. Okay, so this is this leg. And then we have the drum here in the middle. My music's still playing. It is. Okay. That's way too low. What am I doing? Drum here. Kinda. It's the song about the little boy who comes while baby Jesus is being showered with presents, and he doesn't feel like he has a gift to bring because he's poor, but instead he plays his music because music in itself can be a present, and I think as someone who's always had a thing for music, that kind of is part of the reason I like it. I don't know for sure though. I just know that that's part of it. As an adult, that makes me like it now. But I don't know why, if that's why I liked it as a kid. Bum, 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 bum. Lord, I played for him, ba-da-bum-bum-bum. Me and my drum. That's fair. I don't think it's probably normal to have a favorite Christmas song, honestly. I forgot which side which arm goes for a moment. I haven't played a flute in a little bit. Ah! That's fun. That's fun. I like that. I like that. Lots of fun. I think it's fun to do stuff like that too. Alright, so now we're starting to get shape. Now things are starting major minor version. Oh boy. I guess it is a little interesting that I do have a favorite Christmas song as a non, follower of anything Christian. But my favorite Christmas song, again, I think it does have, now I know it has to do with music. I assume as a kid it still had to do with the music and being able to give people stuff despite, it's funny, we weren't wealthy, but we weren't like actual poor family or anything. I related despite that. Maybe I am poor or was poor and it just didn't feel like it because we always were able to do stuff. I don't know. Okay. Maybe I don't put him at that angle. I have him currently trying to look down at the drum, but let's be real, a good drummer, they're looking out this way. They're not looking down. They don't need to look down if they're really good at it. Hello? What just screamed at me? Oh, it's because I have Facebook pulled up. Because that's where my reference picture was on. Startled the hell out of me. Oh, wow. What's up, Leith? They move in Cacropia trees. What? Did I miss something? Oh no. Phil is our amazing sloth boy. I think I pulled up, or like I said, I don't know if you were all here for this, but like at one point I did, because I was doing sprites of all my favorite VTubers and PNG tubers, and we have a sprite of what is may or may not be Phil that we have made here on the channel. You're not looking forward to Sunday. Well, I'm sorry to hear that. Showed earlier was one that I made of Phil's design, because some of Phil's designs have been absolutely amazing in the Pokemon ones. I've also done a bunch for Corgis. I just haven't shown any of them today. And now I'm going to show one of Corgi's Pokemon designs that I did a sprite for. Just because it's only fair that I show both. It just happened to be that I had clicked on Church, I'm praying like a dog. Anyways. Oh man, we were talking about corgis. We were talking about sloths last time we were in here, actually, last week when we were talking about sloths beating up bikers. Oh, I didn't even realize Sunday was Mother's Day. Man, I don't know what I did with this flautist, but he... You know how it goes. You know how it goes. Can you hear me? Can you see me? Okay, cool. Leith, you gotta... With this channel, we definitely understand. I take 2 different times off. I take... last month, I took some time off, and in... December I take time off because of the fact that, you know, my younger brother committed suicide a couple years ago. So I definitely understand loss and it being rough. Perfect. Perfect. So I definitely understand where you're coming from, friend. We don't need this one. We're going to start drawing these. And I'm going to start with my Greg Patillo character here because he speaks to me. Alright, we're going to start with the instruments though. Fucking hate my ISP sometimes. I say that. I may also just hate my ISP's competitor. I think I told you guys about this. Last time... whenever I did some research into what was going on, it turns out that the company that had just moved into town was doing some illegal bullshit and were, in fact, and breaking the law in the process, and were such weird animals, yeah. And were sabotaging lines and stuff. So all the stuff that was happening was because of capitalism. Yeah, it's whichever company does Xfinity. So I don't know if that's telecom or I mean I don't know which company that is. Obviously it's telecommunication, but I don't know if it was. I don't know who does that specifically. I don't think that's what's going on now, but could be. They're allowed to do weird stuff like that. It's their designs. That's how I feel about it. It's whatever. Okay, yeah, that stands out. That's what I want. Comcast, there we go. Yeah, I don't have a strong opinion on that, Phil. It doesn't bother me or really matter one way or the other to me. I can understand why some people care about it though, like oh my gosh, I did it again. But I don't know. I don't care. I haven't cared about Pokemon as much more and more recently. I said line. Okay. I saw the conversation earlier, so I know where this is coming from. Because you're like, well, Blastoise isn't yassified. And he's like, no, each step. But I don't have a strong opinion about it. Oh. You're here for it? That's fair. Like I said, I don't have a strong opinion on it. It doesn't bother me or excite me. I'm like, whatever, you can be as sassy and yassy as you need to be. The horrible duck. Fuckboy duck? As everyone was calling him. The only design I specifically have not liked was Sobble. I'm not a fan of Sobble or Inteleon or whatever its in-between form is called. Not a fan of those. I didn't like any of that generation starter, so... I liked most of them. My favorite fire starter is Finnegan because I absolutely love Braixen. And Braixen, but Delphox. Quaxley, yeah, that's the name of Fuckboy Duck. I'm sorry, that's just the name he has in my head, is Fuckboy Duck, because that's what everyone was calling him. He was like, have a great... Alright. Hot take, maybe. I'm not saying it is a hot take. I'm saying it could be a hot take. Oh man, air compressors are fun. I don't like most of the starters. I think Rookie has the best of those starters in that series, but I don't even like Rookie. Um, the guy playing drums, that's playing music, my thing, and it's still not enough to win me over. When you can't get an autistic guy with his special interest, you know you're doing something wrong. Nope. Come on, there we go. Of course, no starter is as good to me as the original Bulbdog. We love Bulbasaur on this channel, and if you don't like Bulbasaur, get out of here. You don't. It doesn't have to be your favorite, but if you don't like Bulbasaur, get out of my channel right now. Be the change you want to see, Corgi. Come up with the term and start using it and make other people use it. Be the change you want to see. Oh, my eyes are not happy zoomed in this much on the tiling. Oh gosh, no. Yeah, Leith's got some really cool stuff he's doing and stuff. I think it'd be really cool if you found some sort of setup, even if it meant it was kind of crappy for streaming. Like if you just set up a position for the webcam to point at it, even if you can't see your face or whatever. I think it'd be really cool for people to get to watch the process of some of the stuff you're doing. Especially like the casting bit. That would be really cool to see for people to watch. Alright, we're gonna double in on this. We're gonna make this wider, which means we're gonna have to make some of the other stuff wider, but that's okay. Meow. More visible. Okay. Okay, that'll stand out a little bit more here in a little bit. Man, unrelated to anything that's going on here, I just heard a phrase that had nothing to do with what was said, so I'm not even going to repeat it because it doesn't matter. Ah! But it triggered the way the phrase was said triggered a memory in my head that I haven't even thought of in a long time. Nope. Okay. Maybe I just start making stuff below it invisible. Okay, where? Oh, there. Okay. Anyways, a memory has just come across my brain that I didn't even know had been lost. Of an old internet meme, shoes. Let's get some shoes. Let's party. And I don't even know who all is going to even know what I'm talking about with that. These shoes rock. These shoes rock. These shoes are $300 fucking dollars. These shoes are $300. These shoes are $300 fucking dollars. Let's get them. But I don't know how many people even understand that reference, or if I'm just an old man yelling at the clouds at this point. I can live with being an old man yelling at clouds in this scenario. What the fuck? I don't know where I could have possibly missed there. I guess I could just manually color it in too. Shoes. Let's get some shoes. Let's party. Acorn's wanting to raid you, Phil. Maybe they'll raid us. Neither is Corgi. No, Corgi's on shortly. Oh, we're gonna get raided instead. Maybe. Nope, never mind. These shoes. Yes, exactly. Okay, good. Very cool. Very cool. I see what you said there, Leith. Very cool. Did you guys see the other one that guy made? The blueberry pie or whatever, making pies. Alright, I think the raid is about... Yep, raid is starting here. So they'll be in here in just a moment with their people. Make sure you show Acorn all of love when they get here. We love Acorn here. They are an amazing individual, so make sure you show them some love and the biggest welcome when they get here. Also, make sure you keep up the random-ass old memes, so that way we can confuse anyone who doesn't know what's going on. Because I would love to just, you know, things like that. And see who we confuse over there from Acorn's chat. Oh no, they made it in while I'm midway talking about them. What's up, Acorn? How you guys doing? Find them damn crystal shoes already. I'm just messing with you. I wasn't really watching that closely. That was just the last thing I heard you guys talking about was the crystal shoes. Thank you for joining the Geek and Gamer Army, Gramage. Gramage. But yeah, welcome in, welcome in. I know, right? Yeah, like I said. You forgot about the pie. Thank you, Wallace. I'm glad you knew what I was talking about, Wallace. Yeah, I was lurking. I've been lurking the whole time. Well, not the whole time, but the whole time I've been streaming, I've been lurking. I thought I said something. Thank you for joining the Geek and Gamer Army, Teslin. Enjoy those free follower emotes. Yeah, I lurk, even if I don't always say anything, I'm lurking in most of your streams. Like, I have a streak going at this point. I'm just not always talkative in people's streams, and I apologize for that, but... for anyone who doesn't know me, I guess I should do that stuff. First off, anyone who's in here from the raid or anywhere, honestly, if you guys need to get out of here and take care of yourself, remember self-care is underrated. It doesn't matter who you're raiding into. If you need to take care of yourself, then take care of the streamer. That's the way it should be. You always take care of yourself first. Put yourself first. Because we all deserve to be first in someone's life. And if you can't be everyone's, make it your own. If you want to know who I am at Sleeps in the Day. I am a variety streamer who focuses mostly on role-playing games, except for on Fridays I do art, and Saturdays I do one-shots. I guess it's still role-playing games. And Mondays, recently we've been playing, it's now part of my normal things, is we do Mecha Mondays with the boys, RNG Reptimus Prime, Bite the Robot, and Udon Noodles. And we play Gundam, we play Mech Assault, no, Mech Warrior, we haven't played Mech Assault. We've played Mecha Breaker, we're talking about getting back into that soon. Gundam Breakers 4, we've played a bunch of different things, so, you know. Gunpla, Gundams, all that good stuff. We were talking about, there's a new Patlabor game coming out soon, so we're looking forward to that. But yes, and anyone in my chat who doesn't know Acorn, I know I was talking them up already, but go give them a check. They stream fun, wholesome games. They play some games that are... What's your... Do you have a name for your series where you're trying games and putting your reviews about them and everything? Your little short... snapshots of the games. Do you have a name for that series, Acorn? I know that you've been doing that for a bit now, and I've always loved watching those and seeing your takes on the different games you've been playing. But yeah, if you haven't checked them out, please do. And they may not be your cup of tea. I'll say this again and again. Someone may not be your cup of tea. Don't stick around because someone told you to go in there, but just spin the wheel. Okay. But do give them a check, because who knows? They may be your next favorite streamer. You may like them a lot more than me and never show up again, and I won't be mad, because then you found someone who fits you better, and that's what matters. So yeah, make sure you go... Make sure you go check them out. You won't regret checking them out. You may not stick around, like I said, but you won't regret checking them out. They do really fun stuff. They've been working on a Nuzlocke, a color lock at that, which has been interesting. I can't wait for you to try green. There's no way, I'm sorry to say this, and I say this as politely as I can, there's no way it's going to make it to the end. I have tried everything to make those last little bits that we know are coming work, and I cannot find a line to make it work. I am going to still come into your chat and try to help you with it. But I hope you can prove me wrong. That would be the best thing you could possibly do, is make me eat my words. But I'm definitely going to be there, and I'm going to still try to help you figure this out and see if we can't find a way to get through it. But I am still trying to find lines to try to make it work, because I want you to succeed. I want it to work. I want to be wrong so badly. I want this to be one of those things where it's like, yep, nope, we found it. We found the one possible line that beats this impossible challenge. It takes 20 million attempts of luck, but we got it. Chillfill Huijiang. I don't know what that means. Acorn's like me, and for our time zones streams at kind of strange hours, because Acorn is in Korea. So, you know. Chairman. Ah, I see. So far, yes. Everything I've seen is still failing, even if I go through and reset But I'm still working on it. I'm gonna find it. I'm going to find the route. We're going to make this work. I'm not. I haven't given up on it yet. We're going to find the exact combination that makes it work. Anything I can do to make this work, I'm going to try. We're gonna. I really want you to succeed at it. So. Because it's such a goofy thing. That's not what I wanted. What haven't I given up on? Oh, where? So it was Sabrina. I was getting locked on Sabrina. Even going through and doing other stuff. Sorry, I misunderstood. It was, yeah, Sabrina was where the issue was. I could even get through Koga, which I thought was going to be an impossibility. I managed to get around Koga. There are some ground moves you can pick up. Now I haven't tried to go. I haven't tried to find a way. Like, I don't know if you're. I am following standard Nuzlocke rules. It might be possible if we get the Pokemon to level 100. I haven't tested that thing out yet because that's just not something that has been in my mind as a possibility. But that's going to be my next line of seeing if I over level things, if it's possible to do it. Go get to Sabrina. Yeah. So everything up to Sabrina was possible. Some of them are really rough. Um, you're not using level caps. Okay. Well, I might try it again then. I'll see if I can run it again without level caps, and we'll see if I can get further then. Because yeah, I want you to. Why did my music stop again? Oh, because it's trying to give me ads. Hold on. I guess we're listening to ads for a moment.
You ain't gonna find no deals like this.
You ain't gonna find no deals like this.
Stole all the shh.
Okay, there we go. Oh, because it switched what song we're... What? Aren't you supposed to be looping? Hold on. Hold on. YouTube better? Sometimes. Refresh. No, that's not the right... Properties. Can I deactivate and reactivate it? I don't know why it changed. It suddenly changed everything. This isn't what it was supposed to be. It's not letting me hit back on it. I mean, it's fine. This music's fine. I'm just kind of annoyed because that's not what it's supposed to be. History. Oh my gosh. They can't see. They can see. It still shows up. Oh, maybe they can't because it's still broken and not showing. It's so dumb. Hold on. Let me get this chat fixed. He's probably like, no, do not fix your chat. We'll just do this. Which means I'll have to hide this other one. There we go. Oh no, that didn't work. That didn't give me the whole thing. Hold on. Oh, I've ruined everything. I've ruined everything, guys. Hold on, hold on, hold on. Yes, remove that. Add group. Haha, now they can see you. You're the harbinger of dumb. Yeah, that's sometimes very true. Alright, that's fixed. Now can I get my audio fixed? My music. What is going on here? Refresh. Why? Test, 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 test. Yeah, it's showing up. Now I'm trying to get my other thing to work. Delete. Add. Browser. Existing. That's not correct. Why is it showing that? No. All right, let's just play this. We just have ads on here now, which we didn't before, but we can do that. Oh, I can't play that. Everything is just going wrong. My royalty-free music is gone and it doesn't want to play. This is so bad. Okay. Oh my gosh, I broke everything, guys. All because it decided to give me the wrong music, and I didn't like it and wanted to get my music back. Where's my history? I don't know why it switched what my URL was there. That was so weird. Where is my history? History. Okay. Browser. Fantasy Tavern. And properties. Fuck it, we do it live, as they say. There we go. We're fixed it. It's all good. All good. Well, this is what I was trying to listen to, so. Welcome back, Acorn. Or not welcome back. Opposite of that is what I'm trying to say. Hurry back, not it either. Whatever. I'm flustered. You know how it goes. You guys know. Sometimes technology doesn't work the way you want it to, and you just deal with it. And we've dealt with it. We're all good. We're back. So I need to put that there. I see. I see what I'm doing wrong here. That looks wrong to me. It's probably technically fine, but we'll just get rid of it anyways. Ooh, too much. There we go. Yay, fixed. Yes, indeed. What's up, Leith? Sorry, I didn't catch it while I was in the middle of fixing everything. What's up, Leith? My apologies. Nope, I don't like that either. What? I've got an idea. Doesn't quit giving me issues on that exact spot. Throwing it away. No, I'm kidding. So that is part of the same one. How did I end up with this not part of this? Ad break starting. Udon's going live. I'll have to pull his stream up. This definitely feels like a day of technology is great when it's working sort of day. Okay. Oh, I know. I don't have my things cut in yet. That's what's missing. Haha, got it. Okay. That's what's missing. The resonator holes. Have I told you guys... Sorry, resonator holes always makes me think of this, which is funny, but have I told you guys the story of doing Science Olympiad in high school and doing a two-person's project by myself and taking first place because I was the only one who knew any of the damn terms to use? So I just won because I was more knowledgeable about how sound works than anyone else. Even though, I didn't have the partner, so I couldn't complete all of it. I just got so many more points from using the right terminology. It was kind of funny. Oh, I know what's actually wrong. We can fix that pretty easily. Ink all over. Ugh. At least you're not left-handed. I think ink's bad for your righties. I'm left-handed. That's fair. Yeah, because I made what was essentially a washboard base, wash bin base, and they asked me about how to explain how it works, because that's part of the project. And I said, these strings are pulled. The strings are pulled at certain tensions, so that way they vibrate, causing the air inside of the resonator to actually resonate. And they said, well, what's that mean? I said, it means it bounces around and echoes back and forward, or creates a relay of different wavelengths until we get the sound we want. And they're like, all right, that's all we needed to know, essentially. There was more to it, but like, it's actually on your left hand. Oh, well, suffer the fate of a left-hander, I guess. But yeah, so every time I think of it, because of that one question being specific, and I answered it talking about resonation and how the resonance chamber worked to amplify the sound, causing it to bounce around and come back louder and make it where people could hear it. It was perfect to put me on that. Like I said, music is kind of my special interest. That one was on me that time. Unlike some of the others where I know I hit it and it didn't go off, that one was all on me. Get that a little extra bitter taste to it, man. Magic and Bard song? Maybe. I'm pretty sure Peter Peachnuts made some things resonate. Wink, wink. Hello? Can I mark that? Thank you. Oh my. Look at the time. Look at the time. Let me get some basic stuff done here, and then we will wrap this up for the day. Or should I say mud? I do love how, my sound clip that I was demanded to put into my channel is only used by you, Phil. And on rare occasions, wifey. And it's the only one that is less than 100 points. It's right, Gale. Gale does have his own type of resonations too, to be fair. Yes! They live! Oh, I see some stuff that needs a little bit of... Hello, random dog hair. Bum ba-dum ba-dum, ba-dum ba-dum, bum bum ba-dum ba-bum ba-dum bum ba-dum.
One, two, three, four. I declare a wizard war.
I cast Arcane Nuke.
Arcane Nuke. So this spell causes fission to occur because, you know, by condensing water molecules that are in the air to hypercritical levels, causing fission to occur to the hydrogen within. And to counter it, I'm simply going to use Mordenkainen's Fallout Shelter. Because if anyone has a Fallout Shelter in his repertoire, it's Mordenkainen. That was not, by the way, the one I was talking about being demanded, but... Yeah, that's fair. I'm probably more doing self-preservation than countering the spell itself entirely, yeah. I think I've had other spells where instead of actually trying to counter it, I just tried to survive it. At least you understand the purpose of the Wizard War, unlike a certain individual we used to have in here who would just be like, Avada Kedavra! And I'm like, that's not what that's for. Alright, we're gonna call this for here for now. We still have to draw the people, we'll do that next week. We'll draw people, we'll draw a hat for people to throw their money into. For these imaginary people here. I think this has come out really good. I'm really enjoying this. Subway musicians. Alrighty then, let's find someone to read out to. Anyone have anyone before I go searching? If so, we'll definitely raid someone that you guys recommend. But if not, I'll find someone. Wherever my chat just disappeared to. There it is. We can do another art streamer, or we can do someone we follow. Wave magic. It's basically dispel, but can also be used to counterspell with disadvantage. Nice. I liked thinking of counter spells, 3rd edition's way that you could counter spells with opposite spells. So you could use slow to counter haste, you could use haste to counter slow, you could use trying to think of some of the other specifics. Those are the two that immediately come to mind. You could use daylight to counter darkness and darkness to counter daylight and everything. I liked when those were options, where you could literally, before counterspell was an option, counterspell was just your catch-all, but you could use specifics if you use spellcrafting to know what your opponent was actually going to cast. It was a nice little thing. Scribes on. I know Reptimus is on. I'll try that one. If we want to do art. If not, okay, you know, I was going to say that, but we haven't rated Andara for a while, and we were glazing her some earlier. Let's go see Andara, because we haven't seen her for a bit, and we were talking about wanting to talk to her anyways. So yeah, let's go see Andara. Oh gosh, the music. Why is it so loud? There we go. Thank you guys for being part of my evening. Thank you for letting me be part of yours. When I get some hours today, and you chose to spend a lot of time with me today. Whether you came in here on a raid, or you were here to see me, or see the art. No matter what, I appreciate you coming by. It's never a small thing. Don't ever forget that. When someone gives you their time, they're giving you their time. We're all adults, and we get to choose where we spend our time. And if you say you don't have a choice, you're wrong. You do have a choice. Now, is there consequences? There's always consequences, and sometimes you're not willing to face those consequences, and that's not a bad thing. But don't ever forget, if someone's giving you their time, they had the choice to choose to do something else. So don't ever forget that. That being said, tomorrow's Saturday. I kind of, even though I didn't post a one-shot, I kind of want to see if anyone wants to hop in. I'm going to do a quick post without, not playing D&D, but the other system we were talking about last time. I think that would be pretty interesting to do. You know what I'm talking about, Phil, where it's a simplified role-playing game. I would like to do that. But yeah, that's all I've got. I hope to see you guys next time. If not, I understand. Big love, everyone. Bye.